A very warm welcome to one and all as we're getting ready for action here in the Rising Stars Under 19 Women's Tournament. Today we have the Leeward Islands coming up against Barbados, and we're slightly delayed as we had some a bit of wet conditions early on, but the ground staff working tirelessly. We're able to get a slightly delayed start. Well, I'm Qadir Mohammed alongside Keshav Bahadur Singh. Good morning, bro.
Pleasant good morning, Kadir, and to all of our viewers. Definitely, it's indeed a pleasure to be back here at Gilbert Park in California as we are here for the final day of matches in this West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 Women's Tournament. We note that this match between Leeward Islands and Barbados is in fact the 5th and 6th playoff match, as we have Windward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago contesting the final and Guyana and Jamaica contesting the 3rd and 4th game. So we're getting ready for action here with the first ball as Barbados won the toss and decided to bowl first, and Leeward Islands taking strike.
So it's Aliyah Weeks who's looking to take strike and picking up the bowling for Barbados. It looks to be a Sabi calendar, and Keshav, a very cool, nice morning. It's a Saturday. It's a lovely day and excellent day for cricket.
Yeah, definitely wonderful conditions as we get ready for the first ball in this encounter. And a bit of a false start there as she just decided to pull out from the delivery. No harm in that, as we note the damp conditions were in fact just around the run-up area, and as you mentioned before, the groundsmen certainly have been doing human service in terms of trying to get us ready for play.
So a Sabi calendar from the northern end. Starts with a wide delivery. It's gonna have to reload this one, a Sabi calendar. But I saw these girls this morning, the weather was a bit cold, if you like, here in the Cova area, and they were certainly G'd up for this one. Of course, a lot to play for. 5th and 6th place playoff. Credit to Cricket West Indies for prolonging the tournament, taking us into still a lot to play for. This one is pushed out into the cover region. Some good fielding by Herbert Myers. Still no runs on the board.
As you rightfully said, Kadir, I think it's definitely commendable, and we have to mention the fact that all of the hard work that West Indies cricket has been doing to promote the women's game and allow for all of these games. We know that earlier this year, in fact, the Trinidad Tobago Cricket Board as well hosted a tri-series between Trinidad Tobago, Windward Islands and Barbados.
Another wide delivery. Couple of wides to start with here from a Sabi calendar, and in fact it's a wide and a no ball.
We saw the umpire signaling a free hit, and she did not cancel her decision, so interesting to see what actually took place there. And I think the ball actually went past the pitch, Kadir.
So it's a no ball. Free hit on offer.
Gain calendar just pulling out of the run-up. Doesn't seem to be getting into her full motion as yet, but I'm sure she would just take her time and try to get in stride.
Another wide delivery. Not a good start here from Sabi calendar, and Barbados, of course, winning the toss and choosing to bowl first. You always want to get off to a good start.
And with that wide delivery, the free hit is in fact still in effect.
Still in effect, yeah. It's 4 without loss. We haven't had a run off the bat just yet. Giving it a charge and hitting this one straight, hitting it nicely Cumberbatch is giving chase, and he come back for comfortable 2. So first runs off the bat. Leewards getting off with 2 runs.
A really nice looking shot there from Weeks. Granted, it was a full toss, but played it very well in terms of going straight back behind the head of the bowler. And we know that this outfield in Gilbert Park is not the quickest. You know, some very lush grass around, and obviously with the rain during the season, you know, it's a bit moist. Nice looking shot there, just well defended into that point region.
And
as we take a look there, we just saw the projected score 360 at this stage, just given the fact of the amount of extras in this opening over. And we see another wide being signaled there, so Asabi Calendar struggling a bit with the line and not able to get that consistency and get that ball in the right areas as yet.
There isn't much breeze here, but somehow pushing that one down the leg side as we see a procession taking place. Rest in peace. As a Sabi Calendar really looking to find her radar here. A decent medium pace ball, and again another wide delivery. Really struggling here now is Sabi Calendar, and not the ideal start, Keshav.
Yeah, definitely Leeward Islands. 8 runs on the board already, and just 3 legal deliveries bowled by Barbados. So I think Sabi Calendar would just be mindful to probably try and get that ball onto the pitch and within the range, not as to be called a wide. Probably a bit less pace and more accuracy. And as we see again, we know that she's generating some pace, Kadir, but unfortunately the direction seems to be a bit amiss.
Probably she should think about coming from around the wicket, just to see if she could get that line right. So far, still opting to operate from over the wicket. Relatively balanced field. Just guiding this one past the third man area, backward of point in fact, and coming back for 2, and Weeks getting home in the end. Good running between Moses and Alia Weeks. Another 2 added to the total.
So we see Asabi Calendar, that one thankfully pitching within the range. Nice looking shot there from Cheyenne Moses, the vice captain. And this is another no ball being signaled by the umpire, and again a free hit. So definitely I think the skipper would be mindful of this first over from Asabi Calendar, and probably, you know, it would be good to see if the skipper would probably walk to the bowler and just have a word with her, bit of encouragement to not take on those deliveries that have already gone past, but essentially try to motivate and try to get her to finish this over in the best manner possible. That one, a fuller length delivery, in fact a full toss that was just whipped away off the leg side for 4 runs. So a lovely looking shot there from Cheyenne Moses, and again we see the umpire signaling a no ball. So that was a no ball, 4 runs, and we have another free hit coming. So definitely it's a tough start here for Asabi Calendar, and Cheyenne Moses certainly seems to be in very good nick, playing confident strokes and proper cricket and shots thus far, the vice captain. That one down the leg side, and Moses didn't get all of it. Nice looking shot, but unfortunately the connection wasn't there. So just a single. Sure, Canada would be relieved then to not see the umpire's hand outstretched again. And with that single, it would bring Aaliyah Weeks into the strike. Right arm batter, also right arm medium pacer. See the Bajan keeper there just helping out the Leeward Islands batter with her mark. And that's another wide delivery from Asabi Calendar. Again, we hear a lot of words of encouragement from the fellow fielders. Just trying to help her get into that right frame of mind. 18 runs already conceded in this first over, so flying start for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And that's a much better delivery and well played as well. So finally bringing an end to the over. And at the end of the first over, Leeward Islands under 19 females, 18 without loss. And that's a nice start there. Definitely a much better line and length that we saw in the previous over. And it's good to see the accuracy from ball one. Howell certainly has been one of the better bowlers for the Barbados team thus far in the tournament. And again they're just showing the quality. 2 deliveries, bang on target. Almost to that Yorker length, but definitely not giving anything away for the batters to play freely. Oh, and that's a beauty. Extremely well bowled there from Howell. Moses just playing and missing at that one. It's definitely a nice shape from Moses in terms of her batting stance and how she lines up. Very balanced, nice backlift. And that's well played, well bowled, and good cricket all around. So an excellent start to this over from Howell. Definitely pulling back the reins after that expensive one initially from Calendar. And right on target there again is Howell. All of her deliveries thus far have just been pitching around that off stump and middle stump region. One ball noticeably passing outside the off stump, and that one deceived the outside edge of the batter and went through to the keeper. So nice line and length here. And again that one outside the line of the off stump. Just taking the outside edge of the bat, but thankfully played with some soft hands, so it went down into the field and no harm done. So at the end of that very tight over from Howell, it's definitely a great comeback after the first expensive one from Calendar, and in fact it was a maiden. So great start there, and the score after 2 overs, 17 or 18 without loss. There's going to be a change in bowling from the SecU Credit Union end. Number 14, Nia Wood, is going to take up the attack, replacing Calendar. And we see an interesting ploy here as the keeper is in fact up to the stumps. And that's a nice start there from Wood. Following in the steps of Howell from the last over and pitching up in that middle off stump line for the length delivery. A very nice fluent run up, and I must say it's a brave move for the keeper to be up there for this medium pacer. Can definitely be a ploy to put some pressure on the batters, just a bit of that mental game. Again, another fuller length delivery. That one just drifting into the pads, getting the bottom edge of the bat and goes to the fielder foot, no run. So some nice pressure building here with consecutive dot deliveries. A maiden in the last over and 2 dot deliveries to start here. That one a bit short outside of the off stump and played into the leg side. Not really getting all of it. Seemed to have held up in the pitch a bit as well. And again, an excellent delivery there from Nia Wood. That one just hitting the pad, but definitely too high, so stifled appeal. And that's a wide bean signal there by the umpire. Initially seemed to have stretched out the right hand alone for a no ball, but then his left hand came out and a wide confirmed. So the first run conceded off Nia Wood being an extra. For the length delivery again, driven into the offside, just past the fielder at the cover point region, and they get a single. So it's definitely some good bowling here from Barbados after that expensive start in the first over. Impressive comeback, maiden from Howell in the previous over. Only 2 runs conceded thus far here off Nia Wood. And a nice dot delivery to end the over. As you take a look at the KISS delivery truck there, just passing by. Definitely one of the staples in Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm sure it's going to be Howell to continue after that excellent start in the first over. By all means, they would want her to keep that pressure on. Also see if she can prize a scalp from one of these 2 batters. They've started very confidently, playing some nice looking strokes, good technique. So the score after 3 overs, 20 without loss. And again we see the keeper up to the stumps here for Howell as she goes into the second over. That delivery just a bit short, trying to pull that one away to the leg side but not getting all of it. Only a weak taking strike. And again that one outside the off stump, cleanly taken. So Another tight start here from Howell. That's her 8th consecutive dot delivery, made in her first over, and now 2 dot deliveries to start. And again, right on target there is Howell. Very tidy with her line and length, not really giving anything away. Those deliveries that she has pushed outside of the off stump, majority have beaten the edge of the batter, so definitely seems to be a nice ploy here. That one fuller length and driven into the onside with no run. Fielder picks it up easily. And that pressure again, 4 dot deliveries. So 10 consecutive dot deliveries from Howell with her bowling. Striking her on the pad and she's given. Umpire raises his finger after nodding his head, and Weeks has to depart, given LBW off the bowling of Krishan Howell. So definitely that pressure building, and you can see the reality when you have all of those dot deliveries. You know, trying to play a cross batted shot there. That ball, granted, was going into the leg side region, and as we saw previously in the over, trying to pull a couple deliveries and not getting the connection that she would have liked, Weeks. So unfortunately this one striking her on the pads and being given LBW by the umpire. So has to depart for 1, Aaliyah Weeks, and definitely a great start there from Krishan Howell. No runs conceded off her bowling, and she has the first wicket for the Bajan under-19 team. Let's take a look at the replay here. That one seems to have hit on the pad. Maybe a question of whether it might have been going down leg, but again the umpires would have the best view, and umpire raising his hand to signal out. So fortunately she has to depart there, and it brings the new batter to the crease, Lakshmi Cyril, the wicket keeper. Right-handed batter. 3 matches played thus far. Just 2 innings, 2 runs scored, so I'm sure she'll want to get a nice score here. Again, that delivery just outside the line of the off stump and fended into the offside. So excellent over from Howell comes to an end. Her 2 overs, no runs conceded and 1 wicket. At the end of 4 overs, Leewards under 19, 20 for the loss of 1 wicket.
And there we see in frame Sunildo Willett, the assistant manager, and Percy Daniel, the head coach of Leeward Islands. Excellent start from Krishan Howell. 2 overs and no runs and picking up a wicket. Excellent stuff from her. And Nia Wood is continuing from that northern end.
Yeah, she's done really well also. Only 2 runs conceded in her first over, 1 being an extra and a single. Not really bowling any loose deliveries, giving the batters any freedom to exercise releasing their hands and playing any sort of aggressive shots thus far.
Again goes past the edge. A good delivery again from Nia Wood, who didn't bowl in the previous game. So she's pretty fresh and excellent from her so far. Just 2 runs into a second over. Pretty attacking field from Barbados as well. A slip-in play, a backward point, a cover point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and a short fine leg. Again, bang on target is Nia Wood. Keshav really coming back well from that first over that Asabi Calendar bowled. Some 18 runs coming from it. But since then, Nia Wood and
Howell has certainly done great service.
Excellent job.
And that one again, it's as if she has picked a spot on the pitch and she's trying to bowl all of her deliveries there because the consistency has truly been amazing thus far. Nia Wood as well as Howell, both of those bowlers have been certainly showing the opening bowler, you know, how to control this new ball and to just keep the ball on target. No need for that extra pace. Just keep the ball on line and let the batters make the mistake. Again, as we see there, bringing Moses forward and just defending that one into the offside.
Excellent bowling in partnerships. Nia Wood backing up that good over from Christian Howell. 5 dot deliveries. Excellent stuff. I'm sure this is going to make head coach Mr. Dexter Toppin a proud man. Guided out into the point area. Bit of yes, no. And able to get home there was Cyril. So a single to finish off the over here from Wood. At the end of 5, Leeward Islands being asked to bat first at 21 for 1.
And we see there, #1 premier fast food chain in Trinidad and Tobago, Kentucky Fried Chicken. And we know it's definitely just opened, so as you can see, could hear all of those cars there, I'm sure.
Breakfast?
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner for many persons in Trinidad and Tobago. Eagerly looking on at the cricket as Howell continues. Just hugging that outside the off stump line there, Kadir. What do you think about the ploy of having a keeper up to the stumps? Because we noted that in the first over, she was back. Granted, there was a lot more pace on offer from the opening bowler, but I really like this tactic here to have the keeper up to the stumps for these bowlers who are bowling wicket to wicket.
Not a bad ploy. Again, keeping up the pressure. Another dot. Howell hasn't a run hasn't been conceded off a bowling just yet. Picked up a wicket. Very good after halfway through 6 overs, 21 for 1. Pretty decent start from Barbados.
That one just close to the wide line, but thankfully passing inside. And you can see all of the excitement from the fielders in the Barbados team. They were a bit quiet in that first over, but certainly very chirpy now and encouraging their bowlers after excellent comeback. That's a beautiful delivery. Beating the outside edge of Cheyenne Moses.
Yeah, this is more like it from Howell and Barbados. Good delivery, yes. Bringing Moses forward and going past the edge. Again, bang on target. So very good stuff here from Christian Howell. Another maiden. It is. Score remains at 21 for 1. As we sit in our commentary position here, Kishav, at Gilbert Park, this is so... I don't know what to say. It says no vending, but there's a crab.
Well, I was not going to say it. It clearly seems to be a repeat offender here, Kadir, because all of the matches that we have covered here this far, our beloved crab vendor is positioned right in front of that no vending sign. So definitely, I think he has a arrangement with some members of the corporation here, because he seems to be unbothered. Definitely cool as a cucumber in front of that sign.
Very busy morning here in the California area. A lot of businesses in close proximity. Well, it's Leeward who's going to be continuing here. Driven nicely, a bit uppishly through cover, and turning for 1 and coming back for 2. Moses gets home in the end. Good running again between these two. 23 for 1.
Yeah, some nice placement there, a bit uppishly as you noted, but thankfully in the gap and was able to get 2 runs. Nice running as well. Could have easily settled for 1, but ran the first one hard. And we heard the shouts from the keeper for the ball to be thrown to that direction. Went to the bowler's end instead, and the batters reached safely. Moses at the non-striker end, just fixing a helmet, making sure that she is comfortable. And Lakshmi Cyril on strike. Just the second delivery that she faced there. And a nice looking punch through the offside, so some good intent shown already.
A lot for these girls to play for. Of course, this is the final day of action in this tournament, the Under-19 Rising Stars Women's Tournament. Again, pushed out, can't get a run. But 2 other games in progress as well. There's Jamaica and Guyana at the National Cricket Centre, and the final being contested between Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago at the UE Spec. And scoring that game, Trinidad women batting first, 11 for 1. Interesting happenings down at UE. So a lot of action on here today.
Yeah, that final is certainly going to be a very heavily contested one. 2 teams finishing first and second in the tournament, equal on points.
Quick single taken, and wicketkeeper Holder not able to gather to effect a run out. Another single added to the total. Good running again from these two. A bit dicey, but Moses fully committing to the single.
I was not going to say, Kadir, that's a very dicey run indeed, because it went straight to the fielder, and the fielder is indeed inside the 30-yard circle, not even on the edge. So, you know, it definitely cut a few steps there. And if the keeper collected that one cleanly, I think it would have been very, very close run-out call.
Yeah, Trishan Holder with gloves today for her team. And a dot to finish off the 7th over. At the end of it, it's 24 for 1.
Take a look there at Brechin Castle. Definitely a historic venue in Trinidad and Tobago. As we note, this area in Gilbert Park, California is very close to the Point Lisas Industrial Estate as well. Certainly, as Kadir mentioned, a hub for a lot of businesses, a lot of food places, and definitely it's always busy. We know that today is a Saturday on the weekend, and still cars are flowing as if it's just a normal work day without any hesitation. Howell going into her 4th over here. 3 maidens, Kadir, consecutive maidens, and one of those being a wicket maiden. What an excellent performance from her thus far.
Excellent indeed from Christian Howell. Really steady bowler. And just look at that graphic. 3.1 overs and 19 dot balls, and 1 in the wickets column. Again, another good delivery. Getting a little bit of bounce this time.
What I really admire is her consistency, Kandir. In fact, I think some of the West Indies senior men's team need to take a look at the bowling of young Christian Howell, because she's maintaining that line and length just outside that off-stump area, and that corridor of uncertainty, as they would like to say. That one left alone there from Cyril, not taking any chances. And definitely, you know, she has been very impressive with this accuracy. Some of those deliveries pitching and bouncing, some of them keeping a bit low, so the batters just wary of anything outside that off stump.
Yeah, as you mentioned, excellent consistency shown by young Christian Howell, and just doing the basics right. a nice fluid run up, and just looking to put the ball down in a good area. And I think she's gonna get the commentators cursed. Wide delivery.
First run conceded off of her bowling, an extra at that, and dare I say it was very close to the wide line. Could have easily just been inside and another dot. So on a bit fuller in length, pushed nicely into the offside. Very watchful here is Lakshmi Cyril. That brings the 8th over to an end. So at the end of 8 overs, the score 25 for the loss of 1 wicket. Krishan Howell, 1 wicket, 1 run in 4 overs thus far. Sabi Canada, 17 conceding that first over. Naya Wood doing extremely well as the players just have a bit of a drink out in the middle. You know that conditions breezy indeed, but definitely humid as well, as that sun beats down here at the Gilbert Park, California.
Yeah, coming up the road, the drive up this morning, it was lots of rain heading to the south side, and pretty surprised that the sun has come out so hot right after. It's turned out to be an excellent day so far. Those early morning showers, slightly delayed start, some dark clouds overhead, but not threatening at this time.
Well, I think one of the amazing things about this venue, Gilbert Park, California, is that even if rain is around, we always get cricket, no matter what. We recall that one of the first games, in fact, in the first round of matches, where rain was very heavy, and it certainly affected, and the players were still able to get a 13-over affair. So it's definitely, you know, kudos to the drainage as well as the work of the groundsmen at this facility. Definitely would explain why the outfield is a bit heavy at times. You know, the ball doesn't run as freely as the Brian Lara Academy or as the Cricket Centre in Couva. Even UE Spec, we know that the outfield there is a bit heavy as well. Again, due to that persistent rainfall we have had during this rainy season in Trinidad and Tobago thus far.
Yeah, drainage is excellent here at Gilbert Park. Near Wood to continue again on a good line, a good length. Solid start by both teams. Leeward Islands being asked to bat first, of course, losing that early wicket of Aliyah Weeks. It's been watchful stuff from Moses and Cyril, and of course backed up by really quality bowling from Wood and Howell. But yes, no hesitation, and I think Moses is going to find herself short. It was hit straight to Krishan Howell at backward point, and hesitation doing this time for Moses. She has to go for 9. Guided out there, Keshav, and hesitation, and that's where Moses lost her wicket. Excellent return as well from Howell, and Holder executing the rest.
Yeah, good teamwork there from the Bajans in the outfield, because in fact here it's almost a repeat of the delivery in the last over where we saw that very, very close single. Ball went in the same direction to the same fielder and played with the same amount of pace. So the difference is in the previous over, the non-striker came through very confidently and there was no hesitation. In this instance, the slightest bit of hesitation and the batters was stranded in the middle and unfortunately being run out there with some very good work in the outfield. So the second wicket falls for Leeward Islands.
So another wicket for Barbados, and really the pressure that was built up by Howell and now Wood has really told on the Leeward Islands. and going for a relatively non-existent single. And Moses, who was looking good, and she went for just 9. Jazara Claxton, the new batter, captain of the Leeward Islands team.
Yeah, very talented player is Claxton. You noted in the warm-up, just saw her going through her paces, taking a knock. Seems to be ready to put on a big score here for her team. They're struggling a bit in the last few overs after that expensive start. The score now 25 for 2 and 8.3. And the Bajans have done extremely well to pull back that scoring rate and also get 2 crucial wickets in these first 10 overs. That's a drop catch. Was just waiting to see if she would have taken it. And we see some smiles and some signs of encouragement there. That one driven uppishly from Claxton. First delivery. And I think it just died on her a little bit as she went to the ball. Not able to catch it. And unfortunately for the Bajans, that chance goes begging. But a life for Claxton on the first ball there, Kadir.
Yeah, Campbell, the fielder on that occasion, but that would have been a big wicket at this stage to get Claxton. Just have to wait to see how much it's going to cost the Legions.
And noticeably, the first left-hander to the crease as well, so it will be an interesting dynamic for the bowler. It always is with that right-left combo. That's a nice looking shot, just opening the face of the bat, and in fact I think that one could have probably been a single if the non-striker called for it, but no run conceded, and at the end of 9 overs the score 25 for the loss of 2 wickets. The 2 batters out thus far, Cheyenne Moses and Aaliyah Weeks. Moses was looking very well set. We see the umpire just signaling the end of the power play. We note that in this 30-over version of the game, 9 overs is the power play, and just so that it's finished. So it would be interesting to see whether the Bajans are going to release the field in terms of making it a bit more defensive, or whether they will keep that pressure on and keep some of those fielders inside the circle to just remind the batters that they are not going to give anything away and allow them to get any easy singles. Yeah, after 4 great overs from Howell, I'm sure they'll just want to keep back a couple of overs if she's needed down to the back end of the innings. Wide delivery, that one going on the leg side. Good take by the keeper. As I see the brilliant blue on the uniform of Barbados, Kadir, as the sun shines down, it reminds me of the blue, pristine waters in that country. It's definitely one of the loveliest to visit in terms of all of the beaches and tourism activities they have on offer. Another wide delivery there, going down the leg side. Have you ever been to Barbados, Kadir? That's a no ball. That ball bouncing multiple times down the leg side before reaching the keeper. So a no ball signal there, and a free hit as well by the umpire. And as you mentioned, Carlisle Bay, I remember a lot of the other popular beaches as well. There was Paradise Beach, Bats Rock, close to where I studied in Cave Hill, and definitely, I mean, I've been longing to go back to Barbados. I think, you know, the production team should definitely make a trip soon. As you see our producer, Mr. Joel Phillip, signaling that he's ready to have some chefette at the next opportunity. And we note that the Leeward Islands, Antigua is also part of the Leeward Islands, and Antigua, the home of West Indies cricket, and again similar to Barbados, home to lovely beaches. In fact, 365 beaches in Antigua, one for every single day of the year. And I'm sure Mr. Phillip has tested each one of those waters. That one, not a badly line delivery. Seems that as if the left-handed batter makes the line easier for her, as the previous deliveries to the right-hander was going down the leg side. Again, we just see a bit of hesitation in the middle in terms of the running. The batter striking that ball, reaching to almost half pitch, looking for the run, but the non-striker unmoved and was not ready to go for any single there.
Looking to hoik this one leg side. Can't be out. A couple of the players there just indicating that.
That's the biggest irony in this over so far. The best delivery she has bowled, unfortunately, under free hit. Nice delivery there, getting that off stump. Granted, the shot played by Claxton was not something that we would have seen usually. You know, knowing that it's a free hit, I think she just tried to play that one aggressively to the leg side. But we have seen the other deliveries she has just been trying to play straight and within the V's.
With that over at the end of 10, Leeward Islands being asked to bat first, 30 for 2. We're going to have some drinks here at Gilbert Park. And we too are going to have some of our new waters. Back after the refreshment break here at Gilbert Park in Couva. Of course, early on, Barbados winning the toss and choosing to bowl first. And after 10 overs, Leeward Islands have progressed to 30 for 2. And 2 batters to go. Aliyah Weeks and the other was Cheyenne Moses. And it's Jazara Claxton, captain, and Lakshmi Cyril. A new bowler now from that southern end. Danny Herbert Myers. $30 for 2, Kishav. Your thoughts on that first 10 overs?
Well, after the first over went for on around 17 or 18 runs, I think it's been excellent work by the Barbados team in terms of pulling it back, because just some 12 other runs would have been scored through 9 overs. As you see that first delivery there from Herbert Myers, definitely bang on target. Seems to be getting a bit of bounce as well. Has some height on her.
Yeah, Danny Herbert Myers, off-break bowler. Unique looking action. Cyril turning this one to the mid-wicket area and getting home there in the end. Good single. Good running between Claxton and Cyril. The running between the wickets, though, what has been apparent to me is that the more experienced players, if you like, at this under 19 level, when you look at Zaida James and Janelia Glasgow and Samar Ramnath, Chanel Sau, the running between the wickets, those girls, very intense, very turned into the leg side of dot delivery. You certainly see the intensity in the running between those girls.
Yeah, well, it definitely comes down to, as you say, experience, because we know at this under 19 level we have players from all ages. In fact, what I like about it is that they are not shy to give players opportunity if they are 14, 15, you know, get them into the setup from a young age so that when they reach to that 17, 16, 18 mark around there.
Playing across the line, asking the question, there was Herbert Myers. Leg by signal by umpire Daniel.
Excellent attempt in the field there, diving away to her right, but unfortunately that ball dropping just before her there. That's Najani Kumbabach. Very good fielder. That one played uppishly there by Lakshmi Cyril, and noticeably much more flight on that one from Herbert Myers.
I played with respect. Good bowling on the path of Herbert Myers. Brings the 11th over to our end. At the end of it, it's 32 for 2.
Take a look at some of the lovely fauna around. As you know, we have flora and fauna in this part of Gilbert Park here. One of our spectators who has just flown away.
Excellent shot there by our cameraman Gordon Pay. And Johnny Kamabach now into the attack, new bowler. So barring that first over, which cost some 18, the other remaining 10 overs has proved to be very miserly from a Barbados point of view. Some 14 runs just conceded in 10 overs.
Rag just falling out of her pocket there. False start. from Cumberbatch. For the previous rounds of matches, we note that the spinners have been very much a threat due to that variable bounce. Sometimes the ball keeping extremely low, and sometimes ball just getting through with a bit of an extra kick in it. So just have to be mindful and play each ball on its merit.
Wide signal by the umpire. Back on target again. There was Nijani Cumberbatch. So both batters being very watchful in the early goings. 2 wickets down. This one again, defensive prod. But I think the mindset of these girls are definitely going to be to bat the entire 30 overs. Whatever it takes to bat your allotment. I think that's going to be what is required.
Well, I think that's definitely the best approach. I mean, given the fact that this is the last game and is technically a seeding game in terms of deciding the 5th and 6th place teams in this tournament, just have to maximize each opportunity here. Never a bad time to get some form, get some runs on the board, get some wickets. You know, put in a good performance, as all of these players would have a lot of eyes on them and around the region as well as across the globe.
Quicker delivery and through the defense there of Cyril Cumberbatch, striking here for Barbados, removing Cyril. Bowled 34 for 3.
As we take a look at the replay there, we saw that Cyril was just a bit unsure as to whether she was bowled or stumped to that effect, but that ball certainly hitting the top of off stump there, exactly where you want to pitch and clipping the bails. So very important wicket there for Cumberbatch and for the Bajan team, getting that 3rd wicket, and the score 34 for the loss of 3. Lakshmi Cyril has to depart. Looked good for her innings, was very watchful indeed, but played some nice strokes and seems very competent. So that one playing a crossbar shot and not getting all of it. And that brings Kimberly Anthony to the crease. Known for her ability to certainly hit the ball very hard and can clear the boundary ropes with quite some ease.
Yeah, different challenge for her here now. Having just lost a wicket, Hubert Myers is going to continue.
Areas. Haven't seen too much of turn on offer thus far.
Yeah, not much turn for the spinners, but certainly has found that good area on this Gilbert Park surface. Excellent surface, as you mentioned, that variable bounce on particularly this end, the northern end. Again, looking to force this one, and no hesitation this time from Claxton. Comes to for quick single.
Yeah, as you mentioned the pitch just now, Kadir, I know that earlier we were talking about all of the variations on offer for a spinner, and especially an off spinner, your sock delivery, that ball turning into the right hander, away from the left hander. But there are so many things. In fact, I think in modern day cricket, they don't just call them off spinners, they call them finger spinners.
Yeah.
And then you have wrist spinners who would bowl the leg breaks and the googlies, the flippers, and so on. So I believe a simple thing as in just varying your flight, varying your length, using the crease, sometimes bowling closer to the umpire, sometimes bowling just 2 steps away, 2 steps behind. You know, those sort of things can just vary where the ball pitches and play mind games in the batter.
Yeah, subtle variations. Taken on the pad. Polite ask from Herbert Myers.
I think we heard a solid noise from up here in the commentary booth, so maybe just a bit of bat first, then onto the pad. Let's take a look at that replay there. This one just fended straight back to the bowler. And again, a very, very tight over. Only one run conceded thus far.
Yeah, good stuff from Herbert Myers into a second over. Again, can't get a run. A dot to finish over number 13, 35 for 3. And some of those grey patches overhead and not any apparent threat.
We know that the place has become a bit still. Can't really see any breeze around. So you know that the humidity has certainly increased here. And always a sign of incoming rainfall, but let's hope that it blows away from the ground and we'll be allowed to get our full allotment of overs here, as these youngsters will be eager to finish this match and to come out victorious.
And Nijani Kamabach continuing wicket in our first over. Driven a bit uppishly and again hesitation, but comfortable enough to get one.
Yeah, that one thankfully going to the fielder but dropping quite a bit short, so no harm there.
Yeah, Claxton.
Kamabach using that fly there, Kadir.
Yeah. And Claxton looking to drive. I think this is about a second uppish drive she had already. But certainly looking to get into her groove, Jazara Claxton. Normally a very attacking player. Take nothing away from Barbados' effort thus far. Full toss up in the air. It's going to land short of that short fine leg fielder. And getting one.
I think that one just seemed to rush onto Anthony a little bit. Wasn't able to really free her hands and swing at that one easily. But we saw that was the first delivery face of Kamabach, and I immediately saw a change in the field. Two of the fielders going down to the boundary line. One was at deep square leg and one was at that cow corner region. So they definitely aware of her intent. As you see similarly for Claxton on the left hand side, a fielder at backward square and one at a wideish mid wicket. Just 3/4 way, not directly on the boundary but outside of the 30-yard circle. See a no ball being signaled here by the umpire. Just curious if that's a front foot no ball.
Strange.
Three in terms of 3 fielders alone are allowed outside, and we know those 2 on the leg side and the deep extra cover on the offside.
Peels off the outside edge and thinking about 2, but I think smart in the end.
That was nicely bowled by Kamabach. Definitely a quicker delivery, much more pace on it, and zipping through, passing the edge and also passing the keeper, and they get a single.
Pretty watchful start from Leeward Islands so far. Not much intent to hit over the top. Just looking to be very, very patient. That's the model that all of the batters have adopted so far. Slight change to the field now, as the offside field is a backward point. Cover, extra cover made off. A mid on that is outside the 23-meter circle. A sweeper. In fact, a deep mid wicket. Again down the leg side.
Wide signal by the umpire. So after a very tidy first over, Cumberbatch just train a bit in this one. Conceding a couple singles. No ball or wide. Much better on that occasion. Playing a miss there from Anthony outside of the off stump. We've seen several deliveries, Kadir, in that same exact area. Pitching and passing the outside edge straight through to the keeper. This one was a bit wider. Getting connection on the bat this time, but straight to the fielder. So, couple of deliveries building there.
Straight to delivery. And again, can't get a run. 40 for 3 after 14. Pretty disciplined bowling again on the part of Barbados. And we see some of the spectators in. Nice to see the young ones out.
Definitely. Eagerly looking on at the cricket here.
Pretty hot day in this part after those rains. Certainly humid conditions.
We know that Trinidad and Tobago is certainly blessed indeed in terms of all of our varying weather conditions. You can have brilliant sunshine with rain pouring at the same time, Kadir. Truly a paradise.
Hubert Myers continuing here into the third over. Zara Claxton 4 from 18. What do you make of Herbert Myers' action, Keshav, a bit?
Well, I was
not
actually
out of the manual.
Exactly. So I was looking at her from the first over, just observing to see, you know, whether it's something that she continues every delivery with, or whether it's something that she uses as a variation in and out. But she has a very interesting run-up, as you can see from even that onset. Lovely looking sweep shot there. And that one run all the way to the boundary. So a welcome for indeed. And that one certainly relieving some of the pressure there on the Leeward Islands team, as Barbados have been pegging them back in terms of that scoring rate. What a shot, Kadir.
Yeah, excellent shot from Claxton. Bit leg side-ish and a good sweep shot. Got it in the gap and away for 4. A good shot. Claxton, she moves on to 8, 44 for 3.
That shot very reminiscent of Alec Athanase in the recent test match. Seems to have favored that sweep shot.
Well, that's another subject for another day, Keshav. Again, hesitation. And Anthony could have found herself short, about a bit of a wayward throw there from Wood. And another single taken.
Yes, that subject indeed would be one of those short courses, given the fact that the test match only lasted 3 days. But, you know, we're looking forward to see revitalized effort from the West Indies when they come to Trinidad and Tobago at the famous Queen's Park Oval next week for that second test match. Starts on next week, Thursday, for all of our viewers.
Have you gotten your tickets yet, Keshav? Oh, and belatedly, umpire Vicky Daniel with the raised finger. Seemed innocuous. It just seemed to be a polite appeal. Not much players going up. And wrapped on the pad. And Vicky Daniel judging Kimberly Anthony to be leg before. And Leeward Islands loses their 4th wicket now. 45 for 4.
Very interesting dismissal indeed, as we saw. The keeper was the main one that appealed. The bowler just seemed to have just raised a hand politely to ask a question from the umpire. But we can see even from the batter, Anthony, she was standing there as if she was confident that ball would not have been given out, given the fact that she did play a forward defensive shot, and it seemed to have struck her a bit high on the pads. But again, as we always say, you know, the umpire has the best view, and we'll give the benefit of the doubt to the umpire there with that decision. You know, but definitely the batter didn't seem to be too convinced as she stood there for a bit of time after the finger was raised. And, you know, the umpire certainly took her time to raise that finger as well. We see here again, nice flight. That one picture, and we can see just from when it bunks, we really can't tell from this angle whether it would have gone on to hit the stumps or may have also just been sliding down the leg. But
the decision was a very late one. Had a very long look at it, Vicky Daniel, and that was the way Kimberly Anthony had to go. Jasnick Hodge, new batter. So picking up relatively quick wickets. Barbados have reduced Leeward Islands to now 45 for 4. And this one again, another appeal. This time umpire Daniel says not out.
I think that one certainly looked too high for sure. From here we could have seen that one hitting the batter above the pads, and at the end of 15 overs the score 45 for the loss of 4 wickets. So losing 2 quick wickets within the last couple of overs there, Leeward Islands. So that one just keeping them back a little bit. And as we know, the score across in the final, Trinidad and Tobago presently 43 for the loss of 3 in 15 overs as well against Windies Islands, who are yet to bat.
Things heating up down there at the U-Spec in that final. Nijani Kamabach is going to continue here for the Bajans. So an even 3 runs to the over. The run rate so far pretty sedate. Of course, conditions in favor, you have to say, of the bowling team, and credit to Barbados. They've been able to exploit those conditions. So Nijani Kamabach it is. Lovely flight to delivery. Good work from Kamabach. Nijani Kamabach, a really promising young cricketer. Again, disciplined stuff from her into her 3rd over, 1 for 7. At this rate, a projected score 88. Short delivery in the air, just over the head of Kamabach, and a quick single taken. It's all happening here.
Definitely not the first occasion that we have seen An upper stride from Claxton. In fact, her first delivery was that upper drive, which was almost a chance. Fielder unable to take the catch, but should be mindful of that there. Doesn't want to be too risky in terms of all of those deliveries going in the air.
Maybe that two-pace nature that we spoke of earlier on, maybe just doing for Claxton. But all's well that ends well. She is still able to fight a good fight.
And just as we brought you an update in the final, also an update at the third and fourth playoff at National Cricket Centre. I believe there's a delay start there as well. Inspection to take place, so looking forward to see what goes on in that game between Guyana and Jamaica.
Finishes with a dot. So at the end of 16, it's Leeward Islands of 46 for 4. Some of the spectators in here at the standard where we sit. Herbert Myers again. Another dot delivery. Excellent stuff from all of the Barbados bowlers so far. This one again is badly lined, but a good fielding.
Very comfortable with that sweep shot is Claxton. You know, the old saying, Kadir, once you see a batter is able to play that sweep shot comfortably, can definitely tell their competence, and she certainly looks like she's at home with anything angled on that leg side.
And this time looking to force this one. Yeah, usually attacking by nature, Jazara Claxton. 10 from 27, good captain's innings here so far.
What I really like from Herbert Myers as well is the fact that she is bowling all of her overs very quickly. She's getting through the deliveries and not giving the batter any time to settle. Obviously bowling a lot of dots help, you know, it doesn't have to cater for any fielders running on the ball, and simply just repeat, go to your mark, and then continue with that consistency. As you see another dot delivery there, just right on target, and into the blink of an eye, 5 dot deliveries have been bowled, Kadir, and she's almost a maiden in her 4th over.
Yeah, credit to Barbados as well for just employing a Sabi calendar, the short cover. And Herbert Myers obliging and working to the plan. Short delivery again, pulled away. Just gonna get one. Just a single coming in that over. 47 for 4. The conditions now just seem to be ever so slightly changing. And there we see another one of those famous credit unions, Secu Credit Union. Another shot there, Gordon Pierre.
And it's going to be Kamabash to continue. So both off spinners certainly bowling in partnerships and in tandem with each other, keeping it tight, not really giving away any runs, getting wickets at either end. So Really an excellent middle passage of play here for the Bajans.
This one is punched in the gap, and nice one.
Be just looking to get an eye in before probably looking to expand. That one is a wide delivery from Cumberbatch. So first delivery single, second delivery wide.
3.1 overs, 1 for 10 so far for Nijani Cumberbatch. Again, quicker delivery. And another bit of hesitation again. Both batters at one moment seem to be stranded on one end. But Hodge finally gets up the other end. It was Morris Allen, a fielder, holder, looking to effect the run out on the non-striker's end, but Jasnik Hodge gets home in the end.
One thing for certain there, Kadir, is that Claxton wanted the strike because she was sprinting down as soon as she saw that misfield, and Hodge was still in fact looking at the fielder. So thankfully they reached safely. That's a wide delivery, badly lined, and that one passes the keeper, passes the short fine leg. They get a wide, they run for one, come back for two. Excellent running there. So Claxton definitely looking to accelerate the run scoring here, the skipper. Noting at this point in the 18th over, just past that 50 mark, now 53 for the loss of 4 wickets. I'm sure they want to get at least up to 100 their career to have a competitive total.
Yeah, I think 100 will definitely be the target score here. But again, as I mentioned earlier, the fact that they're able to bat out the 30 overs would be crucial.
Full toss delivery there. Played in the air again from Claxton, not getting full connection. Seems to have probably hit the toe of the bat, that one. And again, the luck definitely seems to be on today, Kadir, as that one going safely and not going to any fielder. So at least more than 5 shots have been played uppishly from Claxton, but thankfully none of them going to any harm's way.
Again, this one is down the leg side. 55 for 4. Let's take a quick look at the field. A short third man backward point. Extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. A square leg and a deep mid wicket. Forced away into the onside and easy in the end.
So this over we have seen the intent from Claxton in terms of those quick singles and looking to rotate the strike. No dot delivery in this over compared to several dot deliveries in her spell thus far. In fact, I think this has been the most expensive one from her. Some 8 runs conceded already, 2 deliveries left. Another wide, passing the keeper and passing short fine leg. They go for 1 and they come back for 2. So straight in her line here, Cumberbatch started excellently with the first over and also got a prize wicket as well. So not too sure if the left hand right hand combination is probably giving her some trouble here, Kadir, in just trying to vary the line of the deliveries and struggling against the left hander, bowling a few wide, similarly to the right hander as well.
Definitely left hand, right hand combination. Maybe posing a threat for Cumberbatch, as it's done for most of the girls in the tournament. Very much developmental stages of their careers. Nice looking shot again, but good run in the end. Certainly showing some intent here with the running. It's 60 for 4 after 18. Wickets to fall at 20. Some of those dark clouds overhead. Over that eastern side.
Always threatening around. We can see none of the trees or grass around blowing either. Definitely shows of the humidity in the air.
Yeah, new bowler, Aaron Dean. 60 for 4. That projected score exactly 100. So going along here is the Leeward Islands. Claxton doing well so far for her team. She's up to 14. A field for the new bowler. It's a short third man. A point. Extra cover. Mid off. Long on. Just outside the circle. A mid wicket. A deep mid wicket. And deep backward square and a short fine leg.
Nice flight on offer there from Aaron Dean. Good start to over thus far.
And again, Claxton being watchful, respecting the good deliveries. I'm sure she would want to be there at the end for the Leewards. A slight misfield from Wood. And the easy one completed in the end.
Yeah, thankfully that misfeed allowed them to come through for the single, because again we saw some hesitation with the run in there, Kadir, where the non-striker was sprinting halfway down the pitch and the batter didn't really take off fully as yet. So taking some chances, but at this stage, by all means, you know, put some pressure on the fielders, take some quick singles and make them take the mistakes.
Yeah, I think the main thing is just turning the strike over. Another flight to delivery in the air. And another quick single. A good delivery there from Aaron Dean. Prodigious flight. And Hodge certainly would have had a heart in her mouth for a moment. For Claxton, the deep fielders at a deep backward square, deep mid wicket, and long on, who's just beyond the 23-meter circle.
That's a beautiful dot delivery there. That one getting turned and bounced, beaten the outside edge of Claxton. So I'm sure she'd want to continue pitching right in that area, Dean. Great over thus far. We want to finish strong here. Dot delivery, or see if she can prize a wicket for her team.
Again, punched away nicely into the cover region.
Very smart cricket by Claxton. It seems at this stage, Kadir, she's looking to get a single of every delivery that she faces. And at the end of 19 overs, the score 63 for the loss of 4 wickets. Leewards and the 19 female. And as we see that green band Maxi speeding along there, we know that the Leeward Islands would want to speed along with this run rate and get up to that 100 mark, so they'll have some runs on the board to defend.
Yeah, so far so good from them. Jasny Kodjan, Claxton is looking to form a bit of a partnership now. as it's going to be Cumberbatch again into her 4th over. Nijani Cumberbatch into her 5th over, rather. I think this effort will certainly make the coaches on both teams feel very proud. Of course, head coach of the Leeward Islands, Percy Daniel, and Barbados, their head coach, Dexter Toppin. Just the fact that we're able to see good, intelligent cricket shows the development. And this format this season has been of a 30 over format, and previously we had the T20s, so addition of 10 overs, which is definitely a good move on the part of the authorities, just to get these girls to be playing a little bit longer, as a batter, a little bit more time to sort of build an innings. This one again is swept away. Protection back there. Just a single.
Certainly favouring that sweep shot there. Claxton has played it on several occasions thus far. And as you rightfully said, Kadir, kudos to Cricket West Indies for all of the investment that they are doing into the development of these young cricketers. And we are seeing the rewards already being reaped. As we note, the West Indies women's senior team have been doing excellent in many of their series, most recently against Ireland, where they have put in some great performances. So kudos to all of these young cricketers who, many of them are looking forward to that West Indies senior team setup.
And this one is pulled away, and thinking about a slip there from Morris Allen allowed for both batters to come through. Just seemed to lose her footing there, Morris Allen. So 66 for 4. But I think the main thing though, Keshav, is that we want to see progression. We want to see improvement series after series after series. Quicker delivery. And through Hodge before she could get the bat down.
Yeah, rightfully so, Kadir. You'd always want to see gradual progression and not any sort of stagnation, In terms of cricket, sometimes we have situations where across the world, and our region no different, where you might see players reach a certain point and peak, and then they don't go any further. But it's always important to remember that you can never stop improving and bettering yourself. Every day is a learning experience, and the moment that you think you know everything is the moment when you know that you should stop playing the game.
Definitely. Always something to learn. Again, another play and a miss. And, especially for, some of these younger players, if you like, with the senior girls returning, the likes of, as I've mentioned, Zaida James, Janaba Joseph, and also Ashmini Munasa. They've certainly lifted the standard and the play of the other girls, and I think that's been the standout thing for me. These younger girls wanting to do well. Just 3 runs coming from that over at the end of 20. Leeward Islands have progressed to 66 for 4. We have some bit of a pause and play for a bit of refreshments. The sun isn't out at this time, but pretty humid conditions.
Welcome back here to Gilbert Park in California as we have the final 10 overs of the first innings, Leeward Islands against Barbados in this 5th and 6th playoff match in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 Women Tournament in this final day of matches. Jazara Claxton going along nicely, 17 from 41 deliveries, and Hodge on 5 from 11. You've seen in the last couple overs, Claxton has certainly been looking to increase the scoring rate. As we come down to this final 10, there'll be an interesting battle between the Bajans, who have been bowling very tight, and the batters who are trying to get more runs. So said, so done. We see a single there of the first delivery, just playing it gently into the offside and taking off immediately. So the intent is certainly there from Claxton. Everything that she's playing, she's looking to get a run off of, and looking to capitalize on any loose deliveries. Unfortunately, the Bajans have not given much loose deliveries away. In fact, I think the majority of runs that they have conceded have been through extras, those wides and no balls at different stages.
Again, yes, no, and Hodge is gonna find herself short on Erin Dean.
She missed the stump, Kadir. My word, that was certainly a very, very easy chance there. And I'm not too certain, as we saw the no ball, the hesitation again. So we see Hodge sprinting down, was miles away from the wicket. All she had to do was just clip the bails. Unfortunately, she tried to throw the ball to the stumps, and we can see just the bowler and the keeper both just hanging their heads there a bit, because that was certainly a golden opportunity. Even though it was a no ball, the run out would have counted, and that would have been a key wicket at this stage. But they just have to shake that one off and keep pushing here.
Amidst all the action, this is a no ball, and again it's hesitation, and this is going to be trouble here, as Hodge was not looking for that run. Claxton wanted it, and Jasnik Hodge goes run out. There was certainly communication mix-up between these two, and the Trishan Holder with the easy task there of just removing the bails, and Barbados striking again and getting rid of Jasnik Hodge for 5, and they've reduced the Leeward Islands now to 69 for 5.
It's great to see a smile on the face of Hodge still as she walks out there, because definitely some comical running over the past few overs. But I think the real reason for that is Claxton wants to get the strike. She wants to get those singles. So anybody who's coming to the crease should be aware of that. I mean, that one, granted, would have been Claxton's call. You know, she played the shot, ball past the non-striker and went behind the bowler. So if she called yes immediately, I believe the non-striker Hodge should have taken off. But sometimes that just extra second you spend watching the ball can lead to that hesitation, and we saw that happen exactly there, as she just watched the ball straight to the fielder, and when she turned around, Claxton was right next to her.
Yeah, so mix up here, new batter, Courtney Brown.
You know, that name is certainly a famous one in regional cricket, Courtney Brown.
More famously for the glove work, wicket being a wicket keeper, in this case young Courtney Brown out of the Leeward Islands.
So wide delivery there.
Good bowling here from Erin Dean. Another dot delivery. Good work from Barbados, you must say. Good bowling being backed up by good fielding as well. I know they had a couple of close opportunities that they didn't take, but apart from that, it's been good outfielding.
Very nervy run indeed. That occasion, Claxton was on move, I think, fully well knowing that it was the last delivery of the over and she would want to face strike. And at the end of 21 overs, the score 69 for the loss of 5 wickets. 9 overs remaining in this innings. What score do you think you might get up to here, Kadir?
Definitely, I think 100 is still on the cards. I know 5 wickets are down, but Jazara Claxton, captain, she is still there. Just 31 more runs away from that, and Trishan Holder just getting some attention. She's having the pad being put back on now by one of her teammates, Campbell.
So we see some heavy discussions out in the middle there. It looks like Holder was taking off her pads because she was probably going to take up the attack. We know that she can definitely do everything. Back bowl, we could keep field. But I think we heard some instructions coming from the coaching camp. You know, just reminding her to keep those pads on and to finish the innings keeping, as they have some other bowling options who can definitely continue. We know that Howell, in fact, has a couple overs. Wood as well. Both of them who bowled expertly.
Well, I think Chrisanne Howell, who's standing at the top of her mark with ball in hand, and I think she is going to take up the attack now. Chrisanne Howell. Who bowled 4 miserly overs so far, just costing 1 and picking up a wicket. Chrisanne Howell. Key now for Leeward Islands is Jazara Claxton. She'd want to carry a bat through until the end. As Howell is making her way back into the attack. The field is a backward point. Extra cover just outside the 23-meter circle. A cover mid-off, mid-on, a wideish mid-on, a mid-wicket, a square leg just to the left of the umpire, and a short fine leg. Chrisanne Howell again starting on the money, but Claxton just keeping that scoreboard ticking over. I've been impressed with her innings so far. Jazara Claxton came out at number 4 just when the Leeward Islands have lost 2 wickets, and she's been watchful, she's been looking to score, showing good intent, and exactly what you want to see from these young players.
When she started as well, it was a bit slow, but granted at that point in time there was some rebuilding required.
So 3 deliveries gone in over number 22. Chrisanne Howell operating here, being brought back into the attack. 70 for 5. Latest score here at Gilbert Park. Another decent delivery from Christian Howell. She has certainly impressed here this morning into her 5th over, just conceding 2 runs. Again, keeping the pressure on. 4 dot deliveries in the over so far, 1 legal delivery to come. Nice looking drive, but not gonna get a run for that. Brings the 22nd over to an end. It's a 70 for 5. And just evidence of this industrial estate that is the Point Lisa's Park and the California area. A lot of big trucks traversing the area. Aaron Dean is going to continue.
That one cut away to the fielder at short cover. Again, Claxton just trying to look for the single, but not on offer on that occasion. Might be encouraged to just place it a bit wide off the fielder, left or right. Make the single easier. That one angled on the leg side. Nice looking shot, but straight to that fielder there at backward square position.
Yeah, Collymore, it looks to be. Good feeling from her. One of the Collymore twins, I think. I just confirmed that for you. The Korea Collymore and Dick Rea Collymore. The twin daughters, or the daughters of former West Indies fast bowler Corey Collymore.
I'm sure they have cricket greatness just flowing in their genes. Corey Collymore, one of the veteran fast bowlers of West Indies pastimes. It's always a pleasure to see him run up with that very accurate line and length, always very consistent.
Pretty decent bowler in his time. Another flight to delivery and a good running again from Claxton, who was coming to the danger end. A 72 for 5 projected score, 95 at this current rate. Of course, it's a very still conditions here. Keshav has not much breeze. The sun isn't out, and the humidity is dropped slightly, but it's very, very calm indeed. Another quick single taken from Claxton, who would retain strike for the next over. Score 73 for 5.
And as you mentioned, the weather conditions, you could just see around the ground, the groundsmen are just getting themselves prepared in case of anything. You see a shot there of some of the darker clouds just hovering over the Gilbert Park here. And the groundsmen certainly just on either side. We see 2 of them there for the covers on the right hand side. We see 2 going to the next side of the field. So good preparation in advance in case anything happens with the weather and we have to pull the covers on to ensure that the pitch does not get affected. At the same time, 7 overs remain in the innings. I'm sure the Bajans would want to finish these 7 overs and get the full complement in, so that it would allow for them to have their full complement when they go to bat as well.
And Christian Howell in for a final over. Nice looking drive again there from Claxton, but good feeling come a batch. What a spell this is turning out to be for young Christian Howell. Again, good feeling from Kamabach, running around smartly to her left and covering the ground quickly and clean fielding.
Yeah, really an amazing spell into her 6th and final over. 2 runs, 1 wicket, Kadir. And again, bang on target.
And when you look at Christian Howell, she's not express pace. She's just looking to land the ball in a good area. She's been very disciplined. She's keep repeating those good things that she's doing. Really an excellent spell from her so far.
Yeah, not really giving anything away in terms of any loose deliveries. Everything has been on that tight off-stump line. That one, full toss, but angled straight into the batter and rushed onto her, so not able to connect with it freely. That you can see already 4 dot deliveries in this over, and the quickness with which she's getting through the overs, Kadir, is certainly adding to the pressure. That one again, a fuller length delivery. Seems to have struck Claxton around her hip region. So just seems to be feeling the effects of that one there. Let's hope that everything will be alright with her.
Yeah, no ball signal from the umpire, so legal delivery. Just tipping in time. It's catching Claxton on the hip area, a bony part of the body, always painful. She's a strong girl.
And definitely good intentions by the umpire, signaling for help right away in case anything was wrong. But thankfully, Claxton said she was okay to continue, and we can finish strongly here. That one is swept away nicely, backward a square, paces the gap. 2 fielders were there, but it goes in between them. Doesn't go all the way to the boundary, but they come back for 2. So that one, only delivery that was lying on the leg side, but it brings the end of the spell from Christian Howell. 6 overs, 34 dot deliveries, 1 wicket, 4 runs, an economy of .67, not even 1 run per over, Kadir. What an excellent spell from Howell for her team today.
Yeah, excellent indeed from young Christian Howell. And I just wonder what's the most economical bowling figures in this tournament. I think that's going to be very interesting to find out.
Yes, I'm sure there are a lot of other figures competing. In terms of the economy, I think that one would certainly stand out. But I also know in a couple of the other games, Katie Jazz Mitchell, who bowled extremely well, had some wickets in one of the games. I believe she had 3 for 6 after her spell.
Yeah, Katie Jazz Mitchell with 3 for 5 actually against these same opponents, the Leeward Islands.
Dean starts off with a wide there. Also doing very good with the economy, apart from that extra to start the over. 9 runs conceded in her 3 overs, so just keeping it around that 3 runs per over mark. Bit of extra flight on that one. Seems to have hit on the pad going down the leg side, so no signs of any appeal there from the fielding team. Keeper holder, usually very animated on that occasion, didn't seem interested. A nice flight again there from Dean. Lovely ball again. We can see that one. She just ran a bit closer to the umpire, and previously the other 2 deliveries were wide outside off stump. That one just a bit closer and cramping the batter for any room.
Again, good fielding there from Collymore at backward point. Again, good bowling from Dean. Continuing the good work from the bowlers up front.
So one delivery left in the over. We want to finish strong here.
Courtney Brown not showing any real intent to score. 1 of 15 deliveries. So just the wide in the over brings to the end of 25. It's 76 for 5. Claxton is still there. She is 23. And Keshav is going to give us an update from UE Spec.
So just taking a look across to the final at UE Spec, Trinidad and Tobago versus Windward Islands under 19. Trinidad and Tobago batting first are presently 97 for the loss of 7 with 4.4 overs remaining. Janava Joseph, DJ as she's affectionately called, top scored with 43. And apart from that, the second top score for the innings was just 11. So certainly she played a vital role there in Trinidad and Tobago's innings to try and put a solid total on the board. And we know that their bowling is very strong as well. So that one will be a very close encounter, as Windward Islands is a very strong team, the likes of Jamila Glasgow and Zaida James as well. So tough encounter there in that final, as we also have a tight matchup here between Barbados and the Leeward Islands.
Danny Hubert Myers back into the attack. Getting some bounce there. And good start from her. A good keeping so far from Nutrition Holder, captain of this Barbados team. This one is going to be called a wide. 77 for 5. Just about 4.5 overs remain in the innings. And pulling this one into the onside. And they've come through 4-1. Brings Courtney Brown on strike. 1 from 16 deliveries. And as she comes on strike, Herbert Myers striking. Looking to be a bit more aggressive here, Brown, and just managing to spoon it into the hands of Kamabach at mid-wicket. 78 for 6.
Yeah, that one, a soft dismissal at the end of it. Granted, Courtney Brown was not getting off to a flyer in terms of the deliveries that she faced. You know, was very watchful and wasn't able to middle the ball cleanly. But that one, just playing it to that fielder, the short leg side position, and comfortable catch taken.
So prying out another one here, Barbados just keep pegging away at the Leeward Islands. Jada Collins, the new batter, Jada Collis rather, right-handed batter. And this one is taking on the pad. Claxton wants the single. Collins is struggling and she gets there in the end.
Again, we see that hesitation, Kadir. Some indecision in the running.
I just wasn't looking for it, Collis. Claxton was alert to that. She wants most of the strike in these remaining overs. This one is over the top. In fact, it's into the hands of Campbell at mid-on. And Claxton looking to force the issue. Loses a wicket for 24. Herbert Myers with the breakthrough here. Keshav, have a look at it.
So we can see, we know that earlier in the innings, Kadir Claxton has been playing that drive a bit uppishly. Granted, the pitches also a tad slow as well. So that occasion, the flight from Herbert Myers certainly bringing Claxton forward, and that one holding out to the fielder there within the circle. Unfortunately, not able to carry on her innings. Played a very vital role for her side thus far. And I think with her wicket there, the Bayesians would certainly be pleased, as she was the informed batter and the prize wicket certainly for that Leeward Islands team.
So, new batter, Benicia Huggins. 79 for 7. So 2 quick wickets here for the Leeward Islands. And just about 4.1 overs remaining in the innings. It's going to be a bit of a challenge for them to So Herbert Myers, excellent figures for her. 3 for 10. 1 delivery short of a 5th over.
That brings an excellent over from Herbert Myers to an end. 2 wickets coming in that over. Despite a change of ends, we know previously she bowled the first 4 was from the other end, and showing her class and her abilities here, given the fact that it did not face her, and she was able to pick up 2 very important wickets in that over. So at the end of 26 overs, the score 79 for the loss of 7. Just 4 overs remaining in this innings, Kadir. What do you think the approach is going to be?
And I think now the approach is definitely to bat the entire 30 overs. Now with that fall of Claxton, it's be ever so difficult, and a quick single taken. Trishan Holder just wheeling away and just grimacing in some pain. A low return to her. Score creeps up now to 80 for the loss of 7. Benicia Huggins, a new batter, on strike, not yet off the mark. Still a lot of fielders inside of the 23-meter circle. In fact, all of them. This one is in the air just over the head of Dean. And Calendar could not get there in time.
3 fielders, in fact, were just in or around that area where the ball landed. But thankfully for the batter, it was safe.
And the good news is that the sun is back out here at Gilbert Park. Those dark clouds are just moving ever so slightly. And given out stump. Good work from Trisha Hole, just dragging the back leg out, Benicia Huggins, and she has to go. Another wicket falls here, 80 now for a loss of 8.
Excellent glove work there. As we take a look at this replay, you can just see as she played that shot, back foot sliding out and very quick behind the stumps there was Holder. A great work, and the umpire raising his finger to confirm that stumping. So Huggins has to depart without scoring, and that brings the new batter to the crease. Ruchira Daly has not played thus far in terms of batting. Just 2 matches in 1 innings with highest score of 0 not out. So no runs for her in this tournament thus far. But she has a couple overs here to try to hang on along with Jada Collis and see if they can at least bat out the 30 and just put a score on the board. We know Kadir, no matter how much runs on the board are runs on the board, and with a wicket like this, it's always something that can be defended if they need to.
Yeah, runs on the board is certainly a good thing. But more importantly, the Leeward Islands would want to bat their full allotment. Ruchira Daly and Jada Collis threatening to do so. Erin Dean going through a very good spell.
Another good delivery there as I'm beating the outside edge of the bat. What I like about Dean from her bowling, as that completes her 5th over the score, 80 for 8 after 27. She's using the flight very nicely, Kadir, and bringing the batters forward, just drawing them forward and allowing that ball to deceive the outside edge of the bat. As we take a look at the scorecard, Claxton top scoring with 24 from 58, and apart from that, no one else in double figures.
Yeah, definitely a lot rested on the shoulders of the captain, and she played well for her 24. Just looking to up the ante a bit. She had to go. A new bowler into the attack, Decoria Collymore. So just 3 overs are remaining here. Leeward Islands are looking to bat out that. Find themselves at 80 for 8.
No ball being signaled here by the umpire.
So a free hit on offer. A chance for Collis. Probably free the shackles a bit. Of course, the field remains the same.
Interesting move here by the Bayesian team to bring a new bowler at this late stage of the innings as well. Good comeback with the free hit delivery. Seen shades of Corey Collymore there, are you, Kadir?
Yeah, that fast bowling lineage trickling down to his daughters. This one, Collis is having a swing at it. Doesn't make contact.
Very smooth run up and action as well. Seems to be easing to the crease, Collymore.
Projected score 89. This one is going to be called a no ball, landing out of the square. Another free hit here. Decoria Collymore, not the start she would have liked. 2 no balls in the over so far. I'm sure the Leeward Islands would be pleased with these extra runs. Of course, 82 they've got up to now.
Anything added to the total at this stage is valuable for the Leeward Islands team. Whether it be extras or from the bat, they will be most grateful. Now, apart from the extras, Kadir, she has bowled a nice line and length. So it's just the consistency, I think, that she needs to work on. Just getting all 6 balls in that same area and not straying.
Yeah, definitely something to work with. again, she's gonna have to reload that one. Another extra added to the total. 83 now for 8. That run rate just a shade over 3 runs to the over.
This is a pleasant good afternoon to Miss Gayatri Sita Hall. Very important figure in women's cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. A lot of those persons behind the scenes doing great work to ensure that women's cricket in the country as well as the region is certainly on the rise.
And the Korea Collymore, 2 legal deliveries remaining in this over.
So another wide signal there. And another wide delivery there. So the decision to bring in Collymore at this stage from the skipper doesn't seem to be paying the rewards that she would have liked. As we noted, when she has pitched the ball on the pitch, she has been doing pretty well in terms of the line and length. Unfortunately, too many deliveries have been going wide, and that's where they would want to just regain that tightness after getting a couple of wickets within the last couple of overs. You know, it's definitely something to keep that pressure on till the end and not release that grip. Yeah, that one just seemed to have been within the line. The umpire using his discretion.
Maybe the fact that it's the last game of the tournament and just taking the opportunity to see some of the girls and give them the opportunity to get some match practice, which is always something that you would want. It's one thing to be training and
Keeper seems to be staring at her there in dismay. But at the end of 28 overs, the score 85 for the loss of 8. And Leeward Islands, 2 overs remain in their innings to try and reach to that 100 mark if they can. Seems like it might be a bit difficult at this stage. And take a look at some of the hard-working groundsmen there.
looking to bat their full 30 Leeward Islands. I think whatever they get from here is definitely going to be a bonus. Pull away and taking a quick single. Really. Another one added to the total. Greeted by some cheers.
Much needed runs at this stage, Kadir. As we see some good sportsmanship there, some good camaraderie between the two players. The keeper from Barbados, Shashan Holder, just tying the laces of the batter, Jada Collis.
Keeping the pressure on here. Shashan Holder all the fielders inside of the 23-meter circle.
That one missing bat, missing pad. Keeper not even taking it cleanly as well. Missed everything there, Kadir. Good delivery there again from Dean into her last over. Figures of 1 for 11. Definitely finishing strong here in the penultimate over of the innings. Just one more left after this. 9 deliveries total. I think that might be the lucky number, Kadir. You know, on Saturdays we have that lotto draw in Trinidad and Tobago, so might see if we test our chances with that. That's right. And I see the cameraman, Mr. Pear, signaling that he already got his since this morning. So, definitely good that everyone's supporting the country. You see the groundsman just running up those covers there, probably stretching them out in case they are needed. Again, with those dark clouds around, as we mentioned. Can rain very quickly here in Trinidad and Tobago, so you have to be on standby and alert. Right on target again, Cumberbatch. Good defensive shot. I think at this stage they're just trying to battle the innings and not give their wicket away. Certainly not looking to score. A belated no ball here. Everyone is standing in disbelief here, Kadir. Take a look here. Front foot seems to be okay.
Just before hitting that middle stump, it just seemed to land it before. That's the reason the umpire whipped the outstretched hand.
A very belated call, I must say. And all of the players were ready to celebrate and walk off the field. And now they have gone back to their positions for this last delivery. Same result. This time, no ball, but clipping the top of off stump, and Cumberbatch gets a wicket to complete a very tidy last over there. Apart from that no ball, it would have been a wicket mating. But if you take a look at the replay, nice action, good delivery, that one a bit quicker, and just getting on to hit the off stump there of Daly. So at the end of the innings, 30 overs completed, the score 89 for the loss of 9 wickets, and that means Barbados would require 90 to win at a required run rate of 3 runs per over.
So after all has been said and done, pretty decent effort from the Barbados women after winning the toss and choosing to bowl first. Represents a very disciplined bowling effort from all of the bowlers on show today, restricting Leeward Islands to 89 for 9 in their allotted 30 overs. And that would mean an even 90 for victory for Barbados. We had some good bowling from Cumberbatch and Chris and Howell, and not to forget Tiani Hilbert Myers with her input as well. And so it's 90 needed for victory here from the Barbados team, and Jazara Claxton, who had a top score of 24 for the Leeward Islands, but apart from her, no score to really write home about. So at this juncture, mid-innings, it's going to be a break for lunch here at Gilbert Park. So we'll have the run chase on the other side.
Welcome back and good afternoon to all of our viewers. We are here at Gilbert Park in California for the 5th and 6th playoff match in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Women's Under-19 tournament. In this matchup, we have Leeward Islands against Barbados. Leeward Islands would have batted first after Barbados won the toss and opted to bowl. Leeward Islands in the first innings scored 89 for 9 after their 30 overs, setting a total of 90 for victory for Barbados, just 3 runs per over required. We have had a bit of a rain delay after that first innings, and during the break there was a bit of interruption. So given that the match has been reduced to 25 overs, I believe, for Barbados, and the confirmed target, we will get that very shortly. But as we take a look there at the head coach for Leeward Islands, Mr. Percy Daniel, just going through some positive words with his troops, trying to encourage them to go out there and look to secure this victory, as even though it is the 5th and 6th playoff, these teams still have a lot to play for in terms of their career as a whole and how they wish to look at this trajectory in their development. We know that the 2 opening batters for Barbados who have gone out, Trishan Holder, the captain and wicketkeeper today, in fact, Trishan Holder, who was scheduled to open, has changed the lineup a bit, given the fact that, it's the last game and I believe everyone is given an opportunity. So Asabi Calendar, in fact, is opening the batting alongside Zelia Campbell. So we still see some grey clouds just hovering around. Hopefully there will be no further interruption. You see Jazara Claxton there, right-arm fast bowler, captain of Leeward Islands. It's possible that she may be opening the bowling. Just going through the motions on the side before she goes to her mark. So it definitely is going to be the skipper for Leeward Islands, Claxton, opening the bowling. And looks like Campbell will be taking first strike. Calendar, that is, Asabi Calendar. It looks like we're ready for action here after interruption due to the rain in the lunch break. Raring to go again. Claxton with the first delivery of the Bayesian run chase. Starts with a wide outside the off stump. Strong breeze coming across the ground as well, so bowlers would have to be mindful of that. So we've just received confirmation that the revised target is 80 runs to score in 25 overs. For the length delivery there, driven nicely into the offside, but straight to the fielder for no run. So that run rate would be just above 3 runs per over, 80 required in 25. So nothing too extravagant would be needed by the batting team. Just look to rotate the strike. And of course those extras would also help. That's the second wide for the over. No runs off the bat just yet, but 2 extras as we noted in the first over. In fact, from Barbados, there were 17 runs scored, and majority of those would have been extras. It's a good delivery there from Claxton, just onto the stumps, making Calendar play. Nice delivery there from Claxton. That one getting a bit of height as well, just rising, and Boggs possibly surprising Calendar, as she seemed to have played it on the upper part of the bat. Not as convincingly as she would have liked, but first over, so no harm in just taking the time to get her eyes in. I say welcome back Mr. Kadir Mohammed next to me. Kadir, how was your lunch?
Bowling for the Leeward Islands, captain of this team, of course. Remember, a victory target of 80 in a slightly reduced game. So it's now, target is now 80 in 25 overs. Using a forward shot. Then a miss there from Allender. A couple of wide deliveries to start with from Claxton. She's really fixed the radar. 4 good deliveries. Can she finish off this over with a dot? Possibly a wicket here. Another wide delivery. Doing the good work early on here, Claxton. Another wide over.
I think we've seen a slight pattern with that, Kadir, in terms of many of the deliveries from the bowlers. They have been on target, finding a good momentum, and just 1 or 2 extras in between would spoil that momentum. So again, it's just down to the consistency, the hard work. As you said, match practice is totally different to training, and this is the best place for those players to do it. That's one played into the leg side there, and they get a quick single. Good run in there by the Bayesian team.
Done and dusted. Barbados looking to get 80 victory. They have 4 without loss after 1. 50 meters or so inside the
It's quite a run-up, I must say. I'm definitely excited to see what pace she's going to generate on this pitch here. Bit of movement, very nice run up and seam action. We know that this pitch is a bit up and down in terms of sometimes the bunk stays low, sometimes it kicks up, so glad to see that she's willing to run in and generate as much pace as she can to use the pitch to her advantage and try to deceive the batters.
When you see young all-round cricketers such as Shehan Moses, Zara Claxton, Asabi Calendar, Zyda James, it's really refreshing to see the young cricketers, young talents coming through the various islands, and it shows that cricket is very much alive in the Caribbean. It's just a matter of how we harness that talent going forward, and at this crucial stage of their development, you want to instill the right practices and the right things moving forward.
Yeah, most definitely. As we saw, just a bit of a misfield there, allowing the batters to come through for a single. But one noticeable thing as well that we have seen for this tournament, Kadir, is that many of the players are able to do everything They can bat, they can bowl, they can keep if needed. We've seen switches and different aspects from different teams. So the fact that each player is learning that all-round development of the game is very, very crucial.
This is a good start here from young Moses. Already halfway through her over. She opened the batting. And now with the new ball, it speaks to some good talent coming out there of the Leeward Island. And a number of countries make up the Leeward Islands, such as Antigua, St. Martin, St. Kitts. This one is in the air, and a sharp return chance is spurred there by Cheyenne Moses in a follow through, and it seemed to get to her quicker than she thought.
Take a
chance here goes a begging. I think she did well to get a hand to it.
very good one-handed attempt, and it was just in her follow-through. You can see here she looks disappointed that she didn't get it, but good athleticism on show there, because she was able to at least get her hand to it and stop it. That one taking the toe off the bat and just coming through to her. Some nice bunks and carry through there. Well taken by the keeper. That brings the second over to an end. So at the end of 2 overs, the score, Barbados 5 without loss, just going steadily along.
Barbados, they just need 80 more for victory. Good delivery goes past the edge. Start from Claxton, who's continuing here now. Field here. Fine leg. Third man, backward point, this one down the leg side, able to come for an extra run. Another wide from Claxton, struggling radar. A couple of good deliveries, and then just that one down the leg side. And comes up with a good delivery just outside the off stump. Celia Campbell yet to get off the mark.
I must say it's been a tight start from Leeward Islands thus far. Just as I was commending the tight start, a wide to just come in between those figures there.
Really good disciplined bowling effort from Barbados earlier in the day, restricting the Islands to 90. Just 89 in fact, 89.9. Again, on the right side.
Yeah, notably that spell from Chrisanne Howell, where she bowled 6 overs for 4 runs and 1 wicket. I think there were over 15 dot balls in that spell, in fact over 20 if I'm not mistaken, so it was really amazing there.
Chance here, and a better return would have definitely thrown Campbell short of a ground. She lives to fight another day.
Take a look at the replay here. That return just a bit too high. By the time the keeper collected the ball and came down to the stumps, the batter was already in the crease.
In the end, landing just short of that fielder at point. Daly was there at that cover point area. So the end of 3. Leaders 11 for the no loss.
As you see in the scorecard, there are 8 extras already. Head coach Percy Daniel just offering some words of advice to his fielders as he stands outside the boundary looking on.
Fielder getting a single.
Putting some aerial shots recently. That almost misrun out opportunity shortly. So living on the edge here, Barbados, but thankfully no wickets lost and just going along. Campbell yet to get off the mark, 7 deliveries face. It's a tall batter as well, so should be mindful of those deliveries that might just keep a bit low and skid through. Just as that one there. Well played in the end. That one was certainly lower than the previous deliveries and seemed to be heading towards the trajectory of the stumps. Yeah, certainly reports of rain in several parts of Trinidad and Tobago, so very thankful that we can still have some cricket playing here. Gabriel Harilal, that is. I actually have a friend named Gabriel Harilal from Trinidad, so A very similar coincidence there. At the end of 4 overs, the score 30 without loss. Barbados going along nicely, not taking any unnecessary risks, and just playing through the line of the ball thus far.
Applying some of that magic spray. Okay. Something prior to this. 13 without loss after 4 overs. Still require 67 more in 21 overs. Game. Now from Southerner. Still 2 fielders beyond the 23-meter yard circle. So fine leg and third man. And this one is through the defense of Campbell, and Anthony immediately striking here for the Leeward Islands. Zalia Campbell has to go for just the one. Barbados 13 for 1.
A very important wicket there for the Leeward Islands to get that crucial breakthrough within the first few overs, and that first delivery from Kimberly Anthony seems to have gotten an inside edge onto the stumps there as it hit the leg stump, and you see the bails off from that replay. But Campbell didn't look too comfortable at the crease. She played a few deliveries off the toe of the bat, and unfortunately her stay has to come to an end. Just 1 run scored, and it brings the new batter to the crease, Nijani Cumberbatch, who certainly is very capable as a batter, and I'm sure she'll be looking to put in a very good effort for her team here and try to carry them through to that total.
Very important member of the batting group, Nijani Cumberbatch. Of course, had some experience with the West Indies under 19 team. (13 for 1), a relatively early breakthrough here for Leeward Islands. Kimberly Anthony, a really divine intervention, bringing her into the attack and picking up a wicket immediately.
That shows you the value of keeping the ball on the stumps, especially with a wicket such as this. You know, you just have to make the batters play and allow them to make the mistakes.
Again, this is another good delivery. Just allowing this one to go through Cumberbatch. And Kimberly Anthony, another one of those all-round cricketers. A batter as well, and a medium pace bowler.
It's well bowled again by Anthony. Very short run up, but very effective indeed. Still generating some decent pace as well from a couple of footsteps.
Powerfully built young lady. This one is in the air and in the gap. Moses is giving chase, thinking about 2, and an appeal here by Leeward Islands, and the not out, says the umpire.
That looked very close, Kadir, I must say. Just a right smile there on the face of the bowler, but But excellent work, because after the throw came in, as you can see here, she caught it and threw it immediately onto the stumps, almost in one action. So very, very good work there from Anthony, as well as the fielder Moses, who chased on the ball and returned it.
Kamabach gets off the mark. Third man, backward point, cover. Again, good delivery, beating the outside edge. Back to the field, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg, and a fine leg. So persistent with those two deep fielders at third man and fine leg.
80 and 25 overs, the revised after that rain interruption we had during the lunch break. So required target would be 65 runs remaining in 20 overs. So 65 runs required in 120 deliveries. It's going to be Cheyenne Moses to continue. 2 overs, 3 for none thus far.
So Cheyenne Moses here into her third over. Again, that field, third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg, and a fine leg. Looking to cut there, Kamabach, and Moses keeping that pressure on.
Bowling really well, Moses. Keeping that tidy line outside the off stump. Couple of deliveries have just drifted into the pads, but nothing of note to say that she has bowled any significant wide deliveries or ones that would have allowed the batters to expand their shots.
This one is hammered through the offside. It's running very close to the mid-off boundary. Pulled up just inside. Enough time for 2 runs.
I think Cumberbatch was listening to us there, Kadir, because that one, the only delivery that was shot outside the off stump, and she executed a really nice looking drive over that cover region there, getting 2 nice runs.
Yeah, good shot from Kamabach. Stylish looking player. This one is cut over the top, and third man is running around, and it keeps it down to just the 1.
Looks to be in good form here, Cumberbatch. Scoring quickly as soon as she has come to the crease. 5 from 8 already. And she's playing with positive intent, which is most important. She's, as much as she has just reached to the crease and still has to acclimatize to the wicket, she's looking to play any of those loose deliveries as aggressively as she can.
Yeah, certainly keeping the scoreboard ticking over. This one is wide delivery. But I must say though, Cheyenne Moses, she has been impressive. I like her approach to the crease. Nice and fluid, and there we see some of the Leeward Islands support staff, the coach there, Mr. Percy Daniel, and Charlene Martin, and one of those reserves is having a nice chill under that tree across to the eastern side.
Another wide delivery there. Yes, that tree actually has been a popular spot. I think all of the game's coaches from the teams have gone to that vantage point. It's directly square of the wicket on that roadside, so not a bad point to just go and get some breeze, get some fresh air in this lovely green scenery we have at Gilbert Park, California.
Driven into the cover region, and again hesitation in the running.
Nice looking shot, but no run, unfortunately. If it passed the gap, definitely would have gotten a couple at least.
A back and punching this one out into the offside, and brings the over to an end. So at the end of 6, Barbados looking to get to 80 for victory, 21 for 1. Kimberly Anthony to continue here. So far so good for Bajan girls. Just a 1 wicket, an early one, that of Zelia Campbell. This one is hit over the top. Gorgeous looking shot. Claxton is given chase and will not be able to restrict the 2. And Nijani Kamabach gets another 2 runs.
Just testament to how the outfield is a bit heavy, given the fact that we've had some rainfall over the past couple of weeks and so on. And despite its green lush appearance, fortunately the ball not running as smoothly as the batters would have liked. That shot any day you would have thought could have gone for 4 easily.
Yeah. This one again is hit to the mid-off area. Another one added to the total.
Looking really good here, Cumberbatch. Batting with a lot of confidence, playing some very exquisite strokes through that offside region.
Already doubling the score, that of Asabi Calendar, who's been there from the start. Just 4 to her name. Cumberbatch already up to 8 off 11.
The good thing about this innings from Cumberbatch is that she would allow Calendar to take her time, given that she didn't have the easiest of starts. Very watchful. And there you see a nice looking drive from Calendar as well for no run, but might just ease a bit of that pressure off of her, knowing fully well that her partner is able to score easily, rotate the strike. I think she might be best advised as well to probably just look for those singles. All of those shots that she has played straight to the fielder, so probably just opening the face of the bat a little and trying to find those gaps.
And as you say, open the face. This one is smoked downtown. This is going to be a boundary here.
Love to see that intent from Calendar. Excellent straight drive behind the head of the bowler for 1 bounce as it rolled into the boundary ropes there for 4. So it looks as if she's had enough in terms of seeing the ball, judging the length, how the pitch is playing, and that one played with utmost confidence for 4 runs.
Yeah, over the top and running away for 4. Again, this one is wide outside the off stump, overcompensating there, Anthony.
So despite a good start from Anthony, we see what a little bit of pressures can do. Cumberbatch coming in and rotating the strike, playing some good shots, and then that boundary from Calendar, forcing Anthony to just bowl that delivery an extra bit wide. That one nice looking shot, played square off the wicket, but no run. At the end of 7 overs, the score, Barbados 29 for the loss of 1, chasing 80 for victory in 25 overs.
And again, this busy Kuva area where patrons traveling to and fro. Again, our cameraman Gordon Pierre, as he like to say, shots. Excellent stuff from you, Mr. Pierre. So bowling change now from that KFC end into the attack is Jasnik Hodge. Starts with a short delivery and just swiveled on this one, Cumberbatch, and running very close to the third man fine leg boundary, and picked up just inside, and 2 more added to the total.
But even no ball was signaled there by the square leg umpire. Now seeing the standard umpire confirming that, and a free hit. That one full over waist height, and definitely would have been a no ball. See that replay there, putting it away. Again, we see the outfield just holding up and getting 2. Good retrieval there by Harry Lal. Better delivery there. It's always a good feeling when you can get a dot ball off a free hit. And the irony, Kadir, is that most times when you bowl a no ball, obviously it's not intentional, but the free hit delivery always, or at least most times, is better.
Yeah.
Another wide there. Good work by the keeper. Watch me, Cyril. Just ensuring that you don't get any extra runs once that ball passes her.
Yeah, just 2 fielders beyond the 23-meter yard circle at long on, and the deep mid wicket, more of a corner than a mid wicket.
Again, a nice looking shot there from Cumberbatch. Just holding her pose as she played that one straight to the field. That was looking very solid indeed.
Yeah, seems to be timing the ball really well, Nijani Cumberbatch. Always a good feeling as a batter when the balls keep coming off the middle of your bat. And this is a full toss, looking to whip it across the line, and asking a polite question there, Hodge. Just may have gotten an inside edge back onto the pad. And this one again wrapped on the pad, and again a not out is the call.
Very vocal appeals. 2 deliveries in a row, but both of them seem to have just been sliding down the leg side.
Yeah, it's back over length from Hodge, wicket to wicket. Oh.
That one looked a bit closer than the first one. That one hitting on the back pad as well.
Whoa.
This one outside of the off stump, slashing at it. Cumberbatch asking if that's not a wide. Did in fact step back and across quite some way and tried to reach the ball, was unable to.
Good feeling at point there, Daly. saved a certain run for her team. Exactly the effort needed. Brings to the end 8 overs, 33 for 1. Kimberly Anthony to continue into her third over. 1 for 10. This one again is over the top and hitting the surface and just sort of sticking and getting a single. Again, that evidence of that slightly damp outfield.
You can see there that Calendar is ready to play her strokes and seems confident with that straight back drive. Cumberbatch seems to have all of the shots on display. It's a beautiful looking drive. That one just going through the point region. Get one, they look for two. Miscommunication, but thankfully safe because the throw was wayward indeed. Not even close to the wicket keeper, and Calendar was able to come home safely.
Yeah, mix up again between Calendar and Cumberbatch. How often we see this? But luckily here for Sabi Calendar, she's able to get back home safely. And that bit of yes, no again. Guided away, backward of point again. And another single. A good smart batting here by these two. These two looking comfortable now.
Yeah, that was a really nice shot there. Just opening the face of the bat. Not even playing the cut in the full motion, but more so guiding it to that fielder and getting a single with good communication from the non-striking partner. It's a beautiful shot there. Again played through the offside. Fielder came around and stopped it just for one. But really some majestic shots here, Kadir. Must say it's very impressive from the pair at the crease at this point.
Yeah, some really good looking shots. Seem to be quite capable with the bat, both Cumberbatch and Calendar. Really stylish looking players.
Wide delivery on that occasion.
.38 for 1. Partnership already with 25 from just 29 deliveries. Very active partnership. Rotating strike pretty well. This one again is cut away, but straight to Hodge this time, who does a good bit of fielding.
At the end of the 9th over, the score 38 for the loss of 1. Sabi Calendar not out, 10 from 24 deliveries. Zelia Campbell, the one batter that had to go, out for just 1. And Nijani Cumberbatch on 12 from 20. The pair at the crease going along very smoothly and seem to be confident in their stroke play. If they continue in this manner, Kadir, I'm sure they will get these required runs in no time at all. Just a reminder, as we see at the bottom of the screen there, the required total is 80 and the amount of overs has been reduced to 25 given the fact that we had a minor rain interruption during the lunch break.
So that target would now be 42 in 16 overs. Hodge to continue. This one is whipped away through the onside and a misfield in the deep by Brown. Another one added to the total. In fact, two added to the total. Again, those two deep fielders, a deep mid wicket and a third man. In fact, there is a long on in place as well. Cut away again, but straight to Daly at point.
Stylish ease, Kadir. Where she's just opening that face off the bat at the last moment.
Yeah, elegant player. Cumberbatch. He's really looked out of the textbook, playing in straight lines, playing in the V, cutting, pulling. Seems to have all the shots. And this one is a bit uppishly, but another dot delivery.
Yeah, that one a backward punch there.
This one is in the air, and Anthony at mid-off. It was hit with a bit of power, but Anthony there should have held on. And normally a safe pair of hands, and that would have been a crucial breakthrough. It was Cumberbatch. Keshav.
That's the wicket they needed, Kadir. And even though it was hit with some pace, it went straight to her. So I think Anthony would be ruined that opportunity, the fact that she didn't hold on to it. Much better there, as you see, just hit the shot as she posed. 3 deliveries have gone straight to Anthony. 1 a drop catch and the other 2 nice looking drive. So she'd want to take that chance she has there, Cumberbatch, and make the most of it. Want to give it away at this stage after going along so nicely.
This one is over the head of Kimberly at mid-off, and this one is going away for 4, trickling away, and it's getting over the line. So a good way to finish the over there for the Bajans. They get a boundary. So at the end of 10, it's 44 for 1. We're going to have a quick break for drinks, and we'll be back with you shortly. And we're back here again. And after the refreshment break, Barbados 44 for 1 at the 10 over mark. Pretty decent first 10 for them. Sabi Calendar and Ijani Kamabach looking really assured here. Courtney Brown, new bowler, into the attack. Starts off with a good delivery. So Barbados looking to get a revised target of 80 for victory. Had all of 25 overs in which to do it. Along the leg side, we go for 1 and they'll stay at 1. The 46 for 1. So just 34 more needed in a sum of 14.4 overs. There's another single. These two really looking really accomplished here. Good communication for the most part of their partnership. Low and batter to go is Leah Campbell, who went bowled. Turned away. Good feeling. Another dot delivery. So Barbados winning the toss earlier in the day and choosing to bowl first. And they had a splendid bowling effort, restricting Leeward Islanders to just 89 for 9 in their allotment of 30 overs. And then with bat. And this one is a wayward delivery. Has beaten wicketkeeper Lakshmi. And no ball signal there by the umpires for a free hit. Courtney Brown, couple of extras in the over so far. This one is up in the air. A fielder is getting under it. Weeks takes the catch. But it's a free hit. Anticlimactic here. As it was in the air. And Aliyah Weeks taking a good catch. Nijani Kamabach looking to make the most of the free hit. But Aliyah Weeks doing a smart thing. He's taking the catch and returning the ball. And with that single, it brings up the 50 for Barbados. Another wide delivery. Another 2 added it to the total. Barbados really cruising at this stage here, Kishav.
Yeah, definitely. Kamabach seems to be in full throttle at this stage, and Canada coming along nicely as well, playing a bit more expansively than before.
Just staying a tad low, and the Kamabach getting the bat down in time. Partnership already with 39 of just 42 deliveries. Excellent strike rate.
Yeah, she's really been batting with good intent, rotating the strike from the moment she came to the crease, hitting some lovely boundaries as well. Very elegant and classy style. That's one wide outside of the off stump there.
So way above that asking rate at this stage. Coasting to victory. Comes up with an excellent end to the over for Brown at the end of 11. And Barbados are 53 for 1.
You can see there the head coach for Barbados, Mr. Dexter Topping, walking on Mr. Anthony Gray, former national player, Trinidad and Tobago. He's having a stroll around the field. Mr. Gray, of course, involved with UTT as their head coach. It's going to be Hodge to continue from that KFC end.
Unofficial. Starts with a full delivery, driven nicely. Should get 2. 2 good looking runs again, added 2 to the total.
Wide delivery outside of the off stump there. Just needs to keep it a bit tighter at this stage. Current run rate already 5 and over. Required amount of runs just 24 at this stage. It's another wide delivery, this time on the leg side, and Cumberbatch calling her through for a single. Eager to get on strike, I'm sure.
And Nigel Cumberbatch 20 of 30. Excellent hand in the context of this game. Deep fielders again at long on and deep mid wicket. Sweep on the offside as well. Slight drizzle starting to come down here. There is still those dark clouds. They've not gone away all day. Good feeling by Claxton there at extra cover. Excellent piece of work.
You really can't keep her out of the game, Claxton. Bat, ball, field, everything she's doing. You just see a bit of a drizzle coming around. You note that at this stage we have had more than the required amount of overs in case there's any stoppage. That one, a full toss, no ball, pulled away on the leg side and 4 runs. Lovely looking shot there, again from Cumberbatch. Full toss, no ball, way over waist height, and that one she was able to pull. And we see the umpire there with a very interesting signal for 4. I like that one, Kadira, new style. You can see those range-ups just getting a bit heavier at this stage. Partnership already 50 from 47 deliveries. Contribution.
I'll tell you something here, Keshav. It's a no ball and 4 runs, which means it's 5 in total. A Sabi calendar should be on strike. I think that has eluded umpire Colin Bryan. Yeah. 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 Yeah, 4 runs was added to Cumberbatch's total. So Calendar should now be on strike. This time she's way outside off stump, looking to access the onside. And dot delivery. So it's essentially as though they ran a single, which would have meant the non-striking batter would have been to the striker's end. They got 5. So it means that Calendar, who was on the non-striker's end, should have been on the striker's end for this, the previous delivery.
Another good looking shot there. Straight to the fielder. No run.
And
Pyre's asking the groundsman what to do. One more legal delivery remaining in this over.
well, it's a drizzling, not a slight drizzle by any means. It's a steady drizzle. Again, appealing, not out, says the umpire. So we've had 12 overs here. Score 63 for 1. The ground staff are at the ready. It is drizzling here at Gilbert Park. The umpires unmoved, seem to be going to their respective positions. And there we see umpire Vicky Daniel going to the presiding end. I'm not quite sure. There are 2 of the other members of the ground staff looking to get those covers ready.
I think the umpires were signaling to the ground staff asking what to do, but the ground staff are waiting on the umpire signal in terms of if to come on or not.
Well, they're calling them on now. So the covers are going to be called on here. So we are going to have a break in play for rain.
We just have to wait and see what will happen with the rest of the match, given that just 17 runs are required.
Yeah, I'm sure with another delay, Duckwood Lewis is going to come into effect again. And who knows if we may be able to get any more play. Now, at this present situation, Barbados looking to get to 80 for victory. Well played.
The drizzle is still persistent, has eased a bit in terms of intensity, but definitely constant. We know that the pitch certainly got a bit wet there, so I think the decision will ultimately lie with the umpires here in terms of how they're going to proceed with the rest of this game, and we'll bring you any updates as soon as we get them very shortly.
So we're back live here after a slight rain delay. Just a couple of minutes lost. But we're back live here after 12 overs. Barbados well placed on 63 for 1 in pursuit of 80 for victory. Not out batters, Nijani Kamabach and Sabi Calendar. Both batters are really forming a formidable partnership here. Just 17 more needed for victory. Lone batter to go, that of Zelia Campbell, who went very early on in the piece. So sort of a stop-start day. But I must say that the weathers have been extremely kind to us. Alongside me is Keshav Bahadur Singh. Keshav, it's been an interesting day for all the right reasons.
Yeah, definitely a lot of factors on display here as we come down to the latter stage of this game. Just 17 runs required, 13 overs remaining, and we see Claxton here just having a smile and a chat with the batter as she tests her run up to make sure everything is still smooth. I'm sure Barbados will be looking to get those runs in quick fashion, given that some of those rain clouds are still hovering on around. So we want to finish this game and get it done and dusted as best as possible.
Jazara Claxton back into the attack.
Starts with one outside the off stump. Just runs down to have a chat with the batter, who doesn't seem interested.
This game between Barbados and Leeward Islands are 5th and 6th place in the Rising Stars Under 19 tournament. This one is guided away. Another run added to the total.
And nicely played there by Calendar. Again, that late dab, square on the offside.
Just 16 more needed by Barbados. Good full delivery there from Claxton. Again, touched out into the offside. Another dot delivery. Johnny Kamobach here looking really assured. 24 she is. This one is driven into the extra cover region. Thinking about 2. But right decision made in the end, just 1. Partnership already worth 52. A real match winning partnership between these two. Again, this one is driven to the extra cover region. A slight misfield there from Moses allows for a single. Calendar is going to keep strike for the other over.
Textbook drive there just for a single. At the end of 13 overs, score 66 for the loss of 1. Cumberbatch on 25 from 39. Calendar on 14 from 31. Almost a matter of time here before Barbados claims victory, you would feel, Kadir. 9 wickets still in the hut, 12 overs remaining, and just 14 runs required. Definitely it's going to be easy pickings for them once they continue to bat sensibly and not throw away the wickets at this stage. As you see the return of the skipper in that previous over, we see the return of the vice skipper in this over, Cheyenne Moses, to continue the attack.
It's all but slipping away here now for Leeward Islands. Cheyenne Moses reintroduced into the attack. I'm sure wickets is what would be on the mind of Claxton. Can't she just sort of upset the party here for Barbados? As we have a look at the field, there's a short third man, a backward point, a point on the boundary, extra cover, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a square leg and a short fine leg. Moses starts with one down the leg side. Well, what has happened? What has happened here? It's getting chaotic.
A lot of confusion in the middle.
Yeah. A Sabi calendar is coming off, and it seems as though it's victory. It seems as though Barbados, both batters making their way off the field. So it seems as though here that Barbados, with that wide delivery, they claim victory. They claim victory in this one. So Duckwood Lewis coming into effect here. It must have been recalibrated at that latest rain interval. So the other players making their way onto the field as they look to exchange pleasantries at the end of this game. It was a bit innocuous the way it ended. It was just a wide delivery. The Leeward Islands players thought that calendar could have been run out on the non-strikers end. And then the message or the signal from the dugout was that that was victory.
Most importantly, there were a lot of smiles on the faces there of all players. Leeward Islands, we see the skipper there, Claxton, definitely hugging and embracing her counterpart, Cumberbatch and Canada. Great to see this harmony and unity amongst all of these players in this under-19 tournament. And as this match comes to an end in this final day of matches, the 5th and 6th playoff, Barbados claiming victory would have placed 5th in this tournament, Leeward Islands placing 6th. And definitely we have seen a lot of talent on display here, Kadir. Great potential for the future. And I'm sure many of these players would be looking forward to continuous tournaments and a lot of work where they can look to harness their game and continue to grow from strength to strength.
Definitely. I think all these teams would have been winners at the end of the day. It's just a number on the table. But I'm sure, a lot of development would have taken place. Chances for coaches to see what these players are made of in a game situation. But in this case, the Barbados winning this game by some 9 wickets under the Duckwood Lewis method. Just to wrap the way how things went for today, it started with Barbados winning the toss and electing to bowl first, and they restricted Leeward Islands to 89 for 9 in 30 overs. Tiani Herbert Myers picked up 3 for 15, well supported by Howell and the other bowlers. Top scoring for the Leeward Islands was Captain Jazara Claxton with 24, and Barbados getting to their victory target with 9 wickets in the shed. So the only batter to go was Leah Campbell, who went bowled of the bowling of Anthony.
Yeah, it really
So
was a
Keshav?
convincing performance, Kadir. I must say, with bat and ball from Barbados, and from the start, despite that first over that went for just about 17 or 18 runs, they really came and pegged it back. And, you know, kudos to Barbados with their fielding, their bowling, and then with the batting. Some excellent shots on display, a lot of class, a lot of quality of the highest caliber being shown by the Bajan team there. So definitely it was a great day overall for cricket.
Yeah, definitely. So congratulations to Barbados, commiserations to the Leeward Islands. And with that, we hope you've enjoyed this one. From all of us here, we thank you for viewing and we look forward to your continued support.